お前はもう死んでいる。
spaghetti. Ravioli. Mamma mia. Let's go. Okie dokie. I'm tired. Nighty night. Spaghetti.
Everybody, we won't start yet. 2 minutes. Okay, everybody, let's get started. Okay, so first, I'm gonna do some announcements, and then we're gonna start with the cool stuff. Anyone who wants to be on camera should be in front of that camera. If not, just sit on the back. We have some AI that may or may not blur your face if you're wearing the NIM badge, which I don't see here, just one person. So you can risk it. You may or may not be on camera. Yes, exactly. Put on sunglasses. Okay, so next we have Pablo, who will be speaking about building a micro app. And then we could open it up for you guys to ask questions or just whatever. So please welcome Pablo.
Thank you. Hey, guys. One second. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be talking about building micro apps. Devs, raise your hands. Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. All right. All right. I'm going to do a quick intro. One sec. Need to connect. All right. So, quick overview who I am. I'm Pablo. I started using Nostr like 8 months ago or so, but during December I started using Nostr like a lot. I stopped using Twitter and started using this. And I just fell in love with the protocol, all the stuff that it allows you to do, how simple it is. I love how the defaults of Nostr allow you to build apps. So usually when you're building an app, the default is that it doesn't work, and then you need to do like synchronization, for example. You need to do heavy lifting to make it work. But because Nostr uses WebSockets as a way to communicate, you get like all these beautiful synchronizations by default. The first time I wrote like a test application, and I noticed that I was changing my profile in the thing that I was making, and it was updating automatically on Damos. I was like, what happened? It's absolutely insane. I wrote something in 5 minutes, and it synchronizes with this other app and with all the other apps. It's absolutely insane. So I started building a bunch of things. I built Nostr, which was kind of like, it's a very simple way of saying, instead of reading aloud your npub on a podcast, you say Nostr/Pablo. So I thought it was a good idea. I think it's kind of stupid now. Then I built Nostr. It's like a Craigslist type site on Nostr. Nostrica, chat widget. Sap Life is like a feed of saps that are going on. It's kind of cool. And yeah, just a bunch of stuff. And I started building all these in like my spare time. So the thing is that you can build stuff really quickly. And I'm super pumped on building these small apps that are immediately useful. You don't have to build for weeks or months to get something that someone can use. You literally can build them. Like Sap Life, there's a lot of people using that, and I literally I put my daughter to bed one night, and I went to bed and it was live. So it's absolutely insane. All right. I should probably talk about what microapps are. Yes. So microapps, the idea is it's this very, very simple app that is doing one thing right. It doesn't try to do a bunch of different things. It's not, maybe it doesn't have a way to register, to create an npub. Maybe it doesn't have a way to set up a profile. Because it's an open protocol, we should not have to replicate the idea of creating a profile in a shitty way on every single Nostr app. We can just have one app that is really good at onboarding people. You don't have to upload your picture on Damos and Amethyst and everything on Snort and everything else. We can just have one app or a million apps doing that one thing really well. And that allows you a degree of experimentation that I think is so cool, right? Because you want to build these really weird, really strange, creative UX on how to do onboarding, and you can just go with it, you know? Whereas if you build it within Snort, where there's a lot of people using it, it has to work. You cannot be as creative. You have to be a little bit more conservative because people are already using it, right? Um, oh, yeah. I can barely see the screen. So what's cool about building microapps is this thing that in software, complexity grows geometrically, right? So you have one feature in one app, and it's very simple. It's a very simple code base. You can get away with the code base sucks completely. You can get away with a lot of things. But you add a second feature, and you pay a price, right? Because you build fast, and now you're paying that price. And you build a third feature, and it becomes more and more and more complex. With microapps, it doesn't really matter. Like you can take all the shortcuts that you want. I have a friend that's making changes to some of the microapps that I did, and he's like, "Why is this way? What like?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I didn't feel. I just copied and pasted the code. Like I didn't care." It's like it doesn't matter because the complexity is still so low. Even if it's shitty, the complexity is so low that anybody can understand it. So for the most part, you might be wondering, is this on purpose? And probably the answer is no. So yeah, you can build fast. The other thing that I think is absolutely a cheat code for life is I built a lot of applications obviously before Nostr. I've been writing open source code since I was 11 years old. And always, every single time, the toughest problem that you need to solve as a maker, as an engineer, is getting traction. Every single time. Your product might be the best, absolutely insane, super cool, and it has one user, and it's you. And you're there by yourself, sad. With Nostr, you get these network effects for free. You launch an app that integrates with the Nostr protocol, and you already have millions of potential users that are literally just awareness away from trying your thing. They don't have to create an account. They don't have to go through all these hoops, where before they did have to go through all these hoops. So you needed to build UI and waste time promoting your thing and building onboarding experiences to make people understand what you're doing. With Nostr, you literally just have an EPO 7 extension. The people can use your application without registering. It takes nothing. It's frictionless. And I think that's one of the most important things that we have going on in Nostr. And that's why I'm so bullish, because I think this lowering of the barrier to the ground, basically, allows us to experiment and not waste time in replicating all these flows and just marketing. People can try something. If it's cool, it's just take off. When I launched Sublife, I literally just posted it and went to bed. And the next day, I had like 100,000 hits on the website. I just wrote one note. That's it. Oh, yeah, and the other one is, this is sort of like a pet peeve, but no more APIs. I don't know how many of the developers here have had to learn the Amazon, S3 APIs, and then the eBay APIs, and then the Stripe APIs. Like, you have all this knowledge that applies only to this one very specific thing. You're going to get rug pulled in 1 year when they change version and they deprecate your API. And your life is like this constant suckiness of learning documentation that is irrelevant. We learn one API, because at the end of the day, most APIs literally just either storing data, fetching data, or transforming data. So other than the transformation, we have the data stored on Nostr. There is no more APIs. So to me, I look forward to the day I don't have to read any more REST or GraphQL or any of that. Oh, and I think this one is super important. In-protocol payments. I think this is absolutely game changer. The first time I built a website that did accepted payments, it was before Stripe, get those two confused. And it was back in the day when you needed PCI compliance. I don't know if there's people that had to go through that hell, but PCI compliance, merchant account, go to this bank, go to this other bank. It was literally months and months worth of work, a lot of money to be able to get through these hoops. Then Stripe came and it lowered the barrier. It turned into something that once you know how to do it, you can do in maybe a couple of days. Then they did Stripe checkout, which is a bit faster, but still, it's at least hours or days worth of work. The first time I integrated payments on one of the microapps I did, I timed myself, and I did it in less than 15 minutes. I didn't know which approach I was going to take. It was literally,
check.
what am I going to do? And 15 minutes later, it was live. It's absolutely, now I can do the same thing. Now that I know which way to go, I can literally add payments in a microapp in less than 5 minutes. And that's absolutely insane, because the fact that we have in-protocol payments that are using Bitcoin, that are using Lightning, it means that, and that now that we have SAPs, it means that you can do the payments, and the payments are expected to be within the flow. I think we have this culture already that is permeating Nostr users, that willingness to pay. If you were to go to Twitter users or Facebook users and tell them, oh, you need to pay for storage, you need to pay to use the server, no one will pay. And I think in Nostr, 1% of us will pay, and that's a big improvement. Oh, yeah. So this is a bit of a tangent, but I think microapps are absolutely fundamental. So I think one of the issues that we still have is that there is still a huge risk of centralization in Nostr. One of the vectors of attack that I think are absolutely possible are the super apps. And I think there's a lot of people thinking in terms of super apps. Let's build this app that can do X and Y and Z and can do this and this and this and this. And they integrate absolutely everything. And the issue with that is that, I don't know if you guys remember this, Netscape, the browser wars, yeah? All right, so when you dominate the market enough, you can dictate what the protocol that your market is doing, what it looks like. And we can end up with ActiveX. I don't know if people remember what ActiveX was, but it was a nightmare. And within Nostr, a very, very popular super app application could dictate, just work off protocol, just don't care about the NIPs, centralize, keep state locally, even off relays, and you capture the users. If you build an app that it becomes very popular and is doing something that is off of relays, is doing something that is off of NIPs, the rest of the users will think, oh wow, these other apps don't support this thing that I really like. And that's a big, 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 big problem. That's why I think us, at this stage in particular, where Nostr is so small, and it's still, the way I see it is Bitcoin 2010 or Bitcoin 2011, where it was still so small that it could be captured. It could be killed relatively easily. Nostr is still at that stage. If we build valuable microapps that get in front of this and provide a great functionality, we can prevent this kind of capture. To me, the capturing of the network effects are the most important thing that we need to protect. And Nostr is still, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So the question was, what are the main components that we should work on to make sure that these micro apps are able to compete with the super apps? The way I see it, micro apps can move really fast and they can experiment very, very easily. We could literally have 100 different onboarding micro apps doing onboarding in different ways, whereas a super app can experiment with one way. what I was talking about before about the complexity in software, they will not be able to, as they grow, they will not be able to move as fast. So I think working in parallel, offering different approaches is the best way, because it's very free market, right? Where you just try, it's like evolution, right? You try a bunch of things and maybe a few of them might work or not, but whereas if you need to try one thing and that's your thing because you built it in this massive app, I think that's the advantage that we have over super apps. But we're still at the stage where there is no super app, but there will be super apps. So I think it's important for us to get in front of these and not try to compete once a super app has 60% or 30% of the market. So what to build, right? Like, okay, there is demos already. There is a bunch of apps. What to build? To me, one of the things that attracts me the most is the intersection. I don't know if you guys know about this podcast, is Bitcoin and, where Nanya Business, he explores the intersection of Bitcoin with other stuff. So he usually talks about Bitcoin and permaculture, Bitcoin and schooling, Bitcoin and all these other things, right? I think Nostr, the intersection of Nostr and something else, it's key. Because when you think about all these communities that exist on Facebook, that exist on whatever, on Reddit, or whatever, they all need to conform to this one experience. So the experience needs to be very generic, because you're not going to build a Facebook for. So I'm doing world schooling with my family. So we travel around with kids and we do education sort of in this. So we go to Vietnam, to Thailand, to whatever. There is no way Facebook can build an experience for world schooling families. So they need to build this tool that is so generic, but adds a little bit of value. And of course, they're building on top of the massive network effects that is siloed on Facebook. And they can just extract value from that. But really, the experience is kind of lame, right? It's the same thing as for skaters or for rock climbers or for whatever you are, right? So for Nostr, we don't have to do that. You can have one experience that is fantastic for world schooling and builds for that particular use case. This is the stuff that I'm the most interested in. I think this is the roundabout way to introduce Nostr. When you pitch to people centralized communications, it's not a social network, but whatever, right now it is a social network, kind of. It's a decentralized social network, censorship resistant, no one can ban you. It's like, oh my God, that sounds terrible. Who's gonna think about the kids? It's a terrible pitch. No one cares. No one cares about this. 1%, maybe, if that. Whereas if you build an experience that is better, really better than what they're currently using, they would try it. And you can start building network effects within one community on one specific use case. And they can experience this idea of your data being completely liquid. Your data is not siloed on Facebook, and that data has nothing to do with your data on eBay or Amazon or Reddit or whatever it might be. Your data is everywhere, right? I think once they experience that, the value is incredible. But the pitch, which I think it suffers a little bit from the Bitcoin angle, there are many Nostr devs, we're also Bitcoin devs, and we pitch Nostr in a little bit the same way. And the pitch for Bitcoin is your money's going to hell. I'm from Argentina, so I know. Your money's going to hell, your money's dying, you're gonna get wrecked, you know. And it's a pitch for fear, right? It's a pitch for you should protect yourself because the world is ending. And the Nostr pitch is the same. Oh, you're gonna get banned. You're gonna get banned from Twitter. You're gonna get banned from. Most people are not going to get banned. So that's not the pitch. The pitch is this experience is 100x better. At the beginning, it's 100x better. Once we have network effects building upon network effects, it's 1,000,000x better. But we first need to build a network effect. So yeah, what to build? Intersections. The other one is, oh yeah, one thing that I think it's the wrong mindset. I see it in a lot of people. I certainly had it when I first started doing Nostr stuff. Is this idea of, oh, I need to build, in my case, a Craigslist for Nostr. And you go to Craigslist, you copy the HTML, and you just change the storage. Instead of storing in a Craigslist database, you store in a relay. Boom, problem solved. And I think that's totally the wrong idea, because Nostr has certain properties. Again, back to the data fluidity. Nostr has a nature that is different from these silos. If you just replicate what we had before, you replicate YouTube, you replicate Reddit, you replicate Twitter, we're missing kind of the potential of innovation, right? We're just safekeeping our data, and that's fantastic. But there is so much more to be built, to be discovered. And I don't know, one of the things that amazes me is the second order effects of the data being everywhere, where you have the data for YouTube, and you can mesh it in some creative way with the data from a Reddit type experience. And I think that unlocks the next level of creativity. It's like sort of like Miniscript. It's sort of like Miniscript, where once you start thinking, oh, I can build this Bitcoin script, I can do these other things that I never thought before. And I think the same thing is going to happen once in a few years, once we have a lot more data and we can start seeing the patterns that cross over from one to the next. I think we're going to see a lot of really cool things. And I can think of what they are, which I think is kind of the point. And then, yeah, of course, build for yourself. Like, build what you want to exist. So the way I see it is, I am absolutely sure there are things that will exist. I kind of want them to exist. So, for example, Airbnb, for sure is going to happen. Someone will build it. If you're interested, it might as well be you. But Sublife, I want it to exist, so I built it. Nostrichat, I wanted a chat widget on my personal website for some reason. And I thought, why not? It takes very little time. That's what's cool about building on Nostr. It's so freaking easy at first. So yeah, just build what piques your interest. Oh, yeah, okay. This one I added like an hour ago. So I don't know who here has heard TFTC, Tales from the Crypt, with Parker Lewis. One in the back, one here, one Sharon over there. Okay, and one here. All right, so the basic premise is that Parker Lewis was saying that Nostr is a distraction. That we have a lot of Bitcoin devs. I'm a Bitcoin dev, JB55 is a Bitcoin dev. There are many Bitcoin devs. And that we stopped working on Bitcoin stuff to work on Nostr stuff. And that we are dropping the ball, basically. And I think he's completely wrong. And the reason I think that is that the pitch for Bitcoin is really hard to sell. Understanding Bitcoin is really hard, takes a lot of work. And at the end of the day, if you take a step back and think, what is Bitcoin? It's a technology for freedom. So it's a technology to empower the individual. And Nostr is the same thing. Nostr, I think I have another slide here. Nostr is the communication layer that allows trade that happens with Bitcoin, that allows that trade to happen organically and to happen in a censorship-resistant way. And it's already orange pilling. I think I have another slide here. No, I don't. All right. Nostr is already orange pilling, purple pilling first, and orange pilling people that have seen Bitcoin as this investment, which is 99.9% of people come into Bitcoin thinking, oh, it's a really cool investment, you're going to be rich. And a lot of people simply don't care about that pitch. I particularly don't find it very interesting. It's, oh, okay. It's like buying, I don't know, Facebook shares, right? And it's not. It's like a completely different thing. But Bitcoin has been thrown in this mix of confusion, and the pitch for Nostr can be so much more hopeful and so much simpler to understand. And when you see Bitcoin flowing, when you see the Lightning payments, I've literally shown SapLife to, I did a talk 2 weeks ago in Madeira, and there were Bitcoiners there that have been holding Bitcoin for years, and they literally thought that Lightning didn't work yet. And when you show them the payments in real time, and just the payments that are happening in Nostr and that people are announcing on Nostr, so it takes them back. So wait, but isn't it like 7 transactions per second? Well, actually, no. But but we can show them that this is happening right now, and it's insane. So back in the Airbnb where I'm staying here, one of my friends, she got into Nostr in December. She had never used Bitcoin. She had heard about Bitcoin. She just didn't care. And now she's sapping people all the time, participating on the sapathons, and she loves it. And now she's going straight into Bitcoin. No shitcoins, no nothing. And it's obvious, right? Because it's being proven right there. It's not this speculation that maybe it will go up in price. No, it's this thing that it has utility right now. And that's very, very powerful. That's why I think Parker's completely wrong on this. Oh, okay, I did have the slide. So that's my friend, Roya. Yeah, again, she got into Bitcoin after Nostr. I think this model will happen so much more. I think Nostr will do the job of orange pilling people 10x, 100x more than all the work, all the companies and all the authors and all the people have done since the beginning of Bitcoin. Nostr is just going to take that and create a model around that organically. So a couple of keys on building stuff. So again, I've been building a lot of things. So I have a few ideas of what pitfalls, if you will. First one is just avoid scope creep. Like keep it super, super simple. Build one thing, super, super simple. Build one thing that has some value for someone. Hopefully that someone is you, but that it has value. Don't try to create from scratch before launching. Create something that is absolutely outstanding. The fact that, so for example, Primal, yeah, okay, so Primal came out. I think it has 5 different tabs. 3 of them say coming soon. I love that. Do that. Have coming soon, or don't build, if you're building a Twitter experience, don't build messaging, for example. The fact that there are all these things that it has launched, but it doesn't support them, is beautiful. That's a really good model from my point of view. Talk about it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry, that's very engineering specific. Scope creep is when you're building something and there are these adjacent features that will make sense. So for example, if you're building a Twitter experience, kind of makes sense to have a profile, to have an account, edit your profile account, edit your profile, add a picture. All that stuff is scope creep. If you want to build a Twitter experience, build a feed and publish it. And maybe later, if you feel like it, you can add a few more features, but just keep it to minimum viable product, keep it to the bare minimum that someone can use and have some value. But because otherwise it's endless, right? There are so many things that you can build and that is fun to build. Why not? And the why not is that if you keep waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting to publish, you will never publish. Maybe, yeah, but just good at one thing. Yeah, people have been asking me to add the ability to sap people from SapLife. I mean, maybe, but you can already sap from like so many clients. Like, why would I do it? I want to build other stuff, you know. Oh yeah, and this one I think is super important. Seek the discomfort. If you're not embarrassed by what you're launching, you've waited too long. Like, I had a post-it on my screen for a long time that said something like, "Do something that makes you feel stupid" or something like that. Just launch it. Nostrica, which is kind-ish popular, the chat widget that I wrote, still to this day has lorem ipsum text on the website. So people tell me, "Oh, did you have?" Yeah, I know it's stupid, but whatever. You know, like you can use this thing anyway if you like send a PR. Oh yeah, I don't know if people remember this scene in Matrix where the Oracle is telling Neo, I have the actual code, quote, "I'm sorry, kid, you got the gift, but it seems you're waiting for something." And I think it's super cool because there are so many people. I've spoken with a lot of people that have these crazy ideas and they're writing specs and I'm gonna build this and it's gonna do this other thing and don't ask if just go and do it. When you get in the mindset of I'm going to see if people want it, and there's a place for that when moving is very expensive, but moving in Nostr is extremely cheap, extremely, because you already have users. So don't just ask, don't just just do it. The investment is spending maybe 4 hours figuring out the tooling, having a framework to run stuff, and then you can iterate on different approaches for different microapps in hours. Literally, last night I started building something that I expect to be ready but before the end of the conference. And I expect to be busy during the conference, but once you know how to do it, you should be able to do it very, very, very fast. So believe in yourself. Okay, this is the, now I'm going to make the opposite argument. Beware of complexity. Nostr takes the difficulty of creating things and shoves it on the client. So relays are supposed to be silly, stupid, and clients are the ones supposed to do the signature checking. Clients are supposed to be doing sorting in whatever way you want. So there's a lot of complexity hidden in the implementation of a client. The more futureful you want your client to be, the higher the complexity. So it's something to keep in mind. There are a lot of gotchas when you start digging. So for example, relays, they will not always give you the data that you want. They will you can do the exact same query a couple of times. Sometimes you will get different things. They will not, again, it's still quite early. Maybe this will change. But there are relays where you ask them to give you 1,000 events of whatever query you give them, and they give you less even though they have more. So there are a lot of quirks once you start really digging into it. So it's something to be aware of. Fiatchev says there are no guarantees in using Nostr. I think that's a good rule of thumb. There is no consensus in Nostr, so the lack of consensus means that, hey, a relay will do whatever the heck it wants because it doesn't have to keep consensus with the other relays. It's a good thing, but it has its downsides, and as a developer, you need to be aware of those downsides. This one is this one is one for signature validation. Relays don't do signature. Well, most relays don't do signature validation. So anyone can forge whatever they want. If you want to, and you probably should, if you build a client, you might want to do signature validation. It's expensive, CPU-wise, it's expensive. So it's a trade-off that you have to do. So it's something to be aware of because people think, I queried this relay and it gave me this data, and maybe it's bullshit. SAPs, for example, SAPs are SAPs are, you cannot trust that a SAP is real. Ben de Carmen has been doing like 21 million SAPs and stuff like that. It appears that it's valid, signature checks. It's just the lightning payment never happened, obviously. But so it's something to be aware of because people are very taken aback by it. Oh, and this one, I think this one is the biggest hurdle. It's very easy to build a client at first. Once you start trying to be a bit smarter on how you write, and right now there's only arguably one client that is doing a good job, and it's Gossip. That is doing a good job doing this work. Most clients, they will just write everywhere, read from the release that you configured, and that's it. Which is why so many times you go see a thread and the response, you have no idea, there is no response, or the events are missing, the follow list, obviously you follow list, and every time you get a different result. You have 1 million followers, you have 5. It's, it's the way to talk to the relays, it's still extremely early stage, and there is a lot of complexity to do it right. Yeah, all good. So if you want to build something that has that works properly, you need to understand that most clients, the way they work, they are extremely naive. So if you want to build it well, just be aware and don't be naive. And when I say naive is don't expect relays to not give you bullshit, to give you everything they have, to store everything you send them. There are gotchas. Don't be abusive. There is, who here knows the Bluster relay? All right. Okay, a couple of hands. So the Bluster relay is something that Tony wrote, which you configure it as a write relay, and it will blast, as its name implies. It will blast your event everywhere, everywhere. When I saw that, I thought it was a joke, but it's not. The cost of doing that for the user is nothing. You just write to one relay. The externality that it has is terrible because every relay getting every event is extremely expensive. So once enough people use this, running a relay becomes very expensive. And what happens when we get this supposedly distributed, decentralized infrastructure becoming more and more expensive? Less people run it, centralization, right? You become a BSPer. And I understand, I actually host one, I think there are 2 Bluster instances. I host one of them because I wanted to see how many people are using them. And there is a large incentive to do it, but we need to be mindful that we can remove that incentive. If you want your notes to be seen, I saw that this morning, if you want your notes to be seen, you will use Bluster. If clients were not naive, if clients knew where to go get your notes or where to go get a note that you are replying to, there will be no incentive, kind of, to use Bluster. I think we'll get there. There is a lot of work that we're doing to make this happen, but this is stuff that I think is important to be aware of. Ultimately, yeah, this is still hard. Ultimately, I think, oh shit, it crashed. All right. Ultimately, I think the libraries that clients use to build this stuff are going to automate that. I've been working on an NDK, like Nostr development kit with NBK. And the idea is that you will have very simple primitives, and the library will take care of all this stuff for you. So you say, I want to publish this event, it's tagging this pub key, or it's even tagging this hashtag. It will figure out where to write it based on what it has observed from the network. I think that's a much better model. It allows us to spread out. Before using Nostr, I was very interested in slash tags. Who knows what slash tag is here? Okay, okay, just yeah, handful of people, obviously. So slash tag is an extremely decentralized way of doing communications that Synonym is spearheading. It's been in the works for probably like arguably 4 years, more if you include what hypercores. And the idea is that every single client is also what we would call a relay, and it's perfectly spread out, but it has a lot of cost, a lot of complexity. Writing code for slash tags is very hard, very, very, very hard. Debugging is super hard, whereas in Nostr it's extremely easy. But if we go with what's now is called the gossip protocol or these kind of directions, we can very easily decentralize more. We don't need to get to the point where every single person is running the equivalent of a relay. We can have a few relays for topic like talking about Nostrica, for example. Or I'm setting up a relay for Madeira. So when people go to Madeira, they can just use that relay and see what's going on in the island. And you leave and you take it off. But these topic-based relays or person-based relays, so a relay for these few pub keys for my family, for example. I think this is the way we need to go. And having this kind of functionality by default, so that clients, when they're implementing this, they don't have to think about it. I think this is the way that allows us to keep decentralization, because otherwise we're going to completely centralize. So yeah, NK. And if you build it, they will come. Just build whatever you want to build whatever it's fun for you. If people find use especially at this stage is beautiful because people want to try new things. So there is a lot of demand for innovative ideas, for new ways of doing things. So just explore, because once you have a framework on how to do it, launching different things becomes extremely easy, and you can do whatever the hell. You can spend a few hours building a completely different experience for whatever you're interested in, and if people find use, they will use it. If not, you move on, or you use it and you don't care. All right, that's the end of my, oh yeah, questions? All right, thank you guys.
All right, folks, we're going to take a little break at workshop stage. If you're tweeting out, no, we don't say that here, do we? If you're sending events out onto the relays, just let them know this is the jungle. We're working on a lot of the tech stuff as we go. Thank you very much, Paula, for your incredible job as we, coming off the top is tough, you know, for the tech side and also for the presenters. So were there to be any questions? If there were, would you be okay? Okay, why don't we do that? We've got a mic, and folks, just because of the live webcast, it's much easier if you talk into the mic. This ambient one that we've got isn't picking you up well enough. If you're shy, not a problem. We can repeat the question. But if you do want to talk in the mic, we have a runner for that.
Thanks. All right. So, in your opinion, what's the best way to start? What's the easiest way to start learning?
I would start with maybe just use Nostr tools is a good way to go. I can give people access to the NDK. I haven't released it yet because I don't want to solidify on the API that I have. But I can give access to that. But or just use Nostr tools. and just build whatever, like maybe just fetch an event. And that's it. Like literally just fetch an event and show it on the console or the browser or Android, whatever platform you want to use. But that's it's probably going to take you maybe between 5 minutes and 1 hour to do it. Once you do it, next time it's going to take you 1 minute. That's the bare minimum. Fetching events is like...
Just making the WebSocket connection and then seeing what.
Yeah. So for example, with Nostr tools, it's simply calling relay init. You say the relay, and you say, relay connect, and relay, I don't remember. But yeah, it's literally 3 lines of code. It's just pass an event ID, and that's it. But yeah, just do it super simple, and then maybe think what you want to build. Maybe you want to build something, I don't know, DMs, for example. We don't have something to do DMs properly. We're still doing DMs on Damos and on these apps. I think that's not going to be the case. I hope Damos ends up ripping out, because of market reasons, it ends up ripping out the DM functionality. Having an app that is only doing DMs, it's obviously how it's going to work. But no one has built it yet. There are a few things being built that look very promising, but there will be hundreds of these apps. So build one.
Hello. It's quite a specific question, but I think that it can apply to everyone. So what is your take on companies here in Nostr and other possible protocols trying to build on top and getting reach into the community to either use their product or like just get more visibility into the protocol itself?
I think it's great. It's a great question. I think it's fantastic. I really want companies to use Nostr. I think they will eventually. I think the companies, I'm not going to name names, but the companies that have a Nostr strategy, they are doing it completely backwards, and you might as well just not do it. There are some companies doing this, and I think it's a horrible mistake. But, I mean, it's the market, do whatever you want. But I think it's super important. It's something that, unless we fail, it's something that will happen. So, yeah, it's great, fantastic. We still have a lot of problems for real companies to use Nostr. Well, I think we're going to do a talk with Rockstar and a few others about some of the issues, because there are technical issues. There's still a lot of things to figure out. For companies, I don't think they can really, from a social media manager standpoint, I don't think Nostr is there yet. I happen to have met a friend of mine, who now is a friend of mine from Exodus Wallet. Boo, right? Okay. But she's a real Bitcoiner. She really understands it. She gets her salary in Bitcoin, and Nostr, for that use case, she started using Nostr personally, but from a company perspective, we're still not there. But man, companies building on Nostr is fantastic. I think it's very, 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 very important.
Test? Oh, good. Is Nostr faster than Bitcoin Lightning?
What do you mean?
Like at sending data peer-to-peer, if I were to send data to a friend, would that be faster through a Nostr micro app or through Bitcoin
Yes. Lightning? Yes. The answer is extremely yes. Mainly because Bitcoin and Lightning are not... yes, they are kind of communication layers. Very... If you take like 10 steps back and think very abstractly, yes, but for communications, use Nostr or use something else. Use Bitcoin if you want, right? You can do whatever you want. Definitely don't use Lightning because it's going to be slow, very slow, unless you do out-of-band things, which you're not using Lightning in that case. But yeah, no, if you want to do communications, use a communications protocol. Nostr is that. Lightning, it's, I can pick up a rock here and write a message and put it over an AND and send it to you. It's not a communications protocol, the AND, right? So yeah, as a communication protocol, yes, Nostr is way, way, way faster and cheaper.
Hello, thank you. What are the technical difficulties that you say is right now that we need to fix right now to start to the people or normal devs start to work with that? For example, is a database already on relays, or that's something that we need to start to create? It's very infancy, things like that.
Yeah, so relays, it depends. The difficulties that relay have with regards to database are extremely domain specific. If you have expertise, deep expertise in that area, definitely contribute there. For most devs that don't have that type of extremely niche domain-specific expertise, there is a lot of work that needs to be done on the tool set. That's why I'm doing the NDK thing, because I think it's absolutely essential that we give a well-behaved, smart library for developers to not have to worry about all this bullshit that every single app has to do, or work in the most, again, naive way. I think the tool set can evolve a lot, but we are already at the stage where you can experiment and you can do a lot of things. But yeah, if you have expertise in certain areas, there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
So I have a question about microapps. So when I think of microapps, what comes to mind is WeChat. I don't know if people are familiar with it, but it's like
WeChat?
WeChat.
As a microapp?
Well, it's like an app that has a lot of functionalities that you can implement through installing like a microapp inside the main app, which is obviously a point of centralization.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way I'll see is WeChat is a super app. Is the opposite of a micro app. It's an app that does chat, payments, whatever else it does. It's an app that tries to capture every single possible use case and capture the user. So at the beginning of the talk, I was talking precisely about this, about the importance of building a lot of micro apps as early as possible to prevent a super app from capturing capturing network effects. Because my point was that super apps are able to command the design of the protocol. They can just go off protocol because they have a large amount of users. So they can, once you want to leave a super app, you notice that all the other apps lack functionality because the super app has built stuff that is not compatible with Nostr.
Yeah.
So for me, it's extremely important as a way, working on microapps is extremely important as a way of fighting against this risk of centralization.
Yeah, so my follow-up question to that is like the distribution mechanism of microapps. How do we distribute them in a decentralized manner, but still leveraging the network effects of Nostr?
Yeah, so the microapps, so the cool thing is that in Nostr, you're talking to the relays. So you can run, so for example, Snort, I know that now is in the Umbrel store, which it's good in a way. But you can run all these apps locally, right? So the distribution mechanism is not problematic, really, because, so for example, there's Snort Social, but then I have an instance on Snort F7Z, which is my domain. Then someone else, Semisol has an instance as well. So really, you don't need one snort instance per person, but the fact that you can, and it's, I mean, for a developer, it's super easy to spin out something like that. Like you literally clone the repo and you npmi and that's it. So I don't think the distribution is an issue. The thing that I think is an issue is that if we take time to build these functionalities within the context of microapps, if a super app comes and starts bringing these things, getting people to go and try something different is going to be hard. So I think we're still at the stage where we can get ahead of that problem, but I think that's going to be a problem.
To preempt that, you know,
yeah,
like
yeah, absolutely.
I can see what happens is like WeChat over Nostr, where it's just super convenient for everyone to download WeChat for Nostr and access all the microapps through that. Whereas it's a lot more work for people to go and search for a microapp that they want to use, where there's no centralized app store or whatever. And
yeah, absolutely. I think one of the cool things that culture has momentum by itself. So, for example, in Nostr, we already kind of have in the past month, we have the culture of paying for things, and you keep that going. You normalize that, and it's not weird when an application asks you to pay for something. Whereas if Twitter today you have to pay to use this or to use I know they have payments, but I don't think it's for creating money. I think it's a way, well, okay, no, never mind. But if Twitter or Facebook were going to go in that route, it's so against the momentum that they've established for the past decade that it's absolutely shocking. And we've seen that even when Twitter rolled out the Twitter Blue thing, that even very important accounts, the blue checks, they were like, oh my God, $8. Because it's an $8, it's nothing for these people. But it goes against what they have experienced. The fact that we have this momentum with microapps, when we normalize that the experience of using Nostr is mainly via these microapps, it's not weird when you have to go off this WeChat platform or x.com or whatever it might be. But that's the work that we need to do. And we are still at the stage where we can do that work. In 1 year, this work will be harder. So that's why it's so important to do it now.
Okay, one more question.
My question is regarding microapps that we could build towards other use cases than social media, let's say. So my question is, I see two approaches to doing that. Trying to get this new use case and making it attached to the current types of messages that exist in the Nostr network, or creating new event types of events for these new use cases. Which would be like the good way of starting this? Because I'm seeing that if I'm trying to do, let's say, the GitHub project, I start to do some standardization into some things that I don't really know how it will grow in that spectrum. I'm trying to standardize something that it's really niche right now. What would be the approach here?
Definitely go for just YOLO into your own kind. Come up with it. Jeff and I were doing a project right now, and I just picked out a number for a kind, and it's lit. It's a 1337. Just see if there are other people using it, and if not, use it. You can propose the NIP later. It's fine. And another thing that I would recommend if you do that, and I do think that you should do that, is depending on what you're doing, if you're coming up with your own kind, so events have a kind, which is a number that identifies what it is. So, for example, the typical node that we see on demos and these apps is kind 1, and your profile data is kind 0, and SAP is 93775. So, if you come up with your kind, you are going to be the only app using that kind, by definition, right? So you might as well set up a relay, make your application write to that relay, allow other people to set up. So all the apps that I build have a small gear icon, and you can tap it, and you can add more relays. You cannot remove them because I didn't write it yet, but you get the idea. Just write to your relay so that you're not, abusing or dumping stuff that other relays are like, what the hell is this? Write it to your relay. People can try it. If it makes sense, you can start working with other people. You can put a NIP together. You can just discuss it over Nostr, see what people think, and you can get a NIP going. But I don't think we should first write the NIP, get it merged, because there's a lot of bike shedding in writing NIPs. Yes, a lot. So sometimes not, but sometimes yes. There's a lot of extra work that you need to do if you go this route. Whereas, just write the app, just write to your relay, see if it works, see if people use it, see what you understand, what you learn. The first, the Craigslist thing I wrote, it literally was just writing a JSON on the content of the event. Then I noticed that I couldn't query because it wasn't in tags, but I don't know, it was the first thing I wrote. I said, all right, good idea, why not? So you will also learn on the nature of your domain-specific problem. But yeah, just come up with kind and just dump it there. See what happens. YOLO. Okay?
Yeah, let's have a big hand for Pablo. So before you get away, folks, what we wanted to this is an unconference, right? So the workshop stage, if you're looking at the schedule and you notice there are blocks that are open, that doesn't mean nothing is happening here. There could be a discussion that's taking place. Somebody from the audience might want to lead something. So this is a very flexible environment. The only reason I even gave a last question call was just to be respectful to the speaker. But if people want to hang around and we've got an open block, by all means do that. So we'll get the sense of this. We're still working, as I said, all the different things out through day one. But being an unconference, that makes it really interesting. Another important housekeeping note for anybody that does not want to be on camera, the camera is typically going to shoot the front 3 tables, and we won't have anything in the back. So if you would like to not be in a camera shot, then use the back tables. However, I will give you one little warning that we learned yesterday. The sun starts to come over here about 1 o'clock, and those back tables get pretty hot. Okay, so you might decide that either A, it's not worth being sunburned, and on the other hand, it might not be worth being on camera. So I'm just giving you all that heads up here. So the workshop stage will be back as soon as we can. We'll do a call. We'll let if you're over at the other way. Runners around, watch the Nostrica channel and get your information. Okay, thanks a lot, folks. We'll be back.
And if anyone's here for the Names versus NIMS open forum panel, feel free to hang out and discuss amongst yourselves. That's what the space is for. Check, check, check.
Hello everyone. Anyone interested in the privacy workshop, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And since it's privacy, let's move out of the camera so to make it a privacy workshop for real, okay?
Just a reminder for anyone just arriving, the privacy panel is happening in private at the tables right over there. Check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Presentation. I am talking into a microphone. It should be going to the presentation. You should hear it on your, you should hear it. You're listening to me, you should hear me. It should be nice, loud, clear, direct mic sound, no popping, clicking. Everything good. I'm sending a reasonable amount of volume to you. Check your mic pre, check your, it's still popping and clicking? Right. You're getting static right now. That's interesting. I'm sending you a clean mic feed. Wait, it went away completely or it went away? Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, hey. Check 1, 2, hey. Hey, 1, 2. 1, 2, hey, 1, 2. 1, 2, hey, check, 1, 2. Checking 1, 2. Hey, yeah, check. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, that's the output to the stereo in on your laptop, right? So that's the my in to you is mono. Yeah, my in to you is mono. So my in to the mixer is mono, and when monitoring the mixer output, we do not get static. So I can do a funky thing here and bypass the mixer entirely and go straight into the computer, but I have a feeling that this is a similar problem that we were having yesterday on the other computer with drivers and internals to the computer system, since you don't hear any sort of static on the mixer, and you know, or the mixer outputs are bad, but that would be a second mixer with bad things going on, so I don't know. Right, but what we're saying, what we're unplugging is the master outputs of your mixer. And when we listen to the master outputs of the mixer, we don't hear static. So the static must be something after having to do with the computer getting signal in, since our output signal is fine. I'm going to bypass the mixer altogether and send you straight from my console into the...
One, two, 1, 2. This is only to the feed. This is now only going to our computer feed. Can you give me a sense of what's happening static-wise, please? Can I get, I was out of the huddle. I am now just talking. This is a mic that is going directly into the presentation, only the presentation. Are you still getting static? Can you give me confirmation, please? Okay, we've got a huge fan right beside us. I wonder if that fan is getting picked up by laptop mics or something. How bad is the static? Unbearable?
Ladies and gentlemen, class of '99, wear sunscreen. If I could offer you one tip for the future, sunscreen would be it.
I gotta power down and power back up too. Okay, I'm going to send another audio test from stage.
Just a reminder, everyone, the privacy panel is happening right over here in private. So if you want to join, you can join the table over to the left there, to the right.
I'm going to give you a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please give me some feedback on that. I'm going to mute. Stand by. Muting huddle. Mic check. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Check. 1, 2.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
Check 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Let me make sure it's set. Check, check. 3, and it's 3 on the send to the presentation. The level coming out is good. This is like my normal good volume. So we're gonna crank the pre until we see the red light. Red light, we'll back it off about a quarter. Now we'll bring this to unity. Now we'll bring this up, 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 up to unity. We got good lights there. We should get good lights there. We got nothing there. Nothing on the 1/8 inch input, but you should be seeing good levels with no noise for it. Checking 1, 2. Check, check, 2, 2. Check 2 3. Check 2 3. Check 2 3. Check check. 1 2. 1 1. 1 2. 1 2. Check check. Check check. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Check check. 1 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 2. Check check. Check check. Checking a 1 2 1 2. Hey 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 hey. Checking checking. Checking checking. 1 2 1 2. Check check. Check 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 check. 1 2. Hey 1. Hey 1. Hey 1. Yeah. Yeah.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. No audio coming through. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing presentation mic.
Check. Check, check, 1, 2. 1, 2. Buzz? No buzz, but you can hear me. Check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Yes, and it sounds clear. Great. Awesome. I'm gonna move it around and keep talking. Let me know if you hear anything bad. It is so rarely the XLR cable, but guess what? It was the XLR cable. It's back. All right, so now.
I bet you love to stay and hold on to the feeling. Ooh. But I know there ain't no way I thought I would let you down easy.
jamais. Je te lâcherai jamais. Je te lâcherai jamais. Je te lâcherai jamais.
お前はもう死んでいる。
mamma mia. Let's go. Okie dokie. I'm tired. Night. Ah, spaghetti. Ah, ravioli. Ah, mamma mia.
Come back when you can put up a fight. Know my power.
Roxas. And the number 13 were all I had. Who the people around me were, what they wanted, or what they were trying to do, I had no idea.
command line. You can see there, I got an LS. I've got a whole dev folder, a bunch of Rust projects. Yeah, you want bigger? All right. So what do you guys want to talk about? My main Nostr stuff is I started a Nostr Rust library a while back. Let's see, what did I call that? Future Paul. Yeah, Nostr RS, a non-functional Rust implementation of the Nostr protocol. So I was definitely early, but I didn't get a lot done. But it's kind of cool. Some of this work got picked up by this Rust Nostr project and the Nostr SDK, and there's some files in here that have like a copyright Paul Miller. I don't even recognize any of the code, but it's just somebody being nice to me. But yeah, so I could show you, we could write some Rust Nostr code. Would that be fun? Or I've also done some JavaScript Nostr stuff. But and how long should I talk for? When's the next actual scheduled talk for somebody who has something prepared? All right, I'll just go for it. All right, let's start a project. Anybody here used Rust before? A little bit. Okay. Hey, that's not that bad. All right, let's. We're going to do cargo new. If you don't have Rust, it's not that hard to install. You can go to rustup.rs and get this toolchain installed. The internet's pretty fast here, so it might work out. I'll get it. So we'll CD into Nostrica. And all right, we got a new project. I'll get this a little bit bigger. There's like making new tabs and stuff. All right. So I don't remember how any of this works, so I'm just going to read from, so the Nostr, and this is kind of common in Rust, like, Rust is very type safe. So you have kind of the type definitions. So if we go in here into the traits, or into the crates, there's Nostr, which I'm guessing is just type definitions. And then there's a Nostr SDK. So the actual Nostr this is lower level. It says if you're writing a typical Nostr client or bot, you may be interested in the Nostr SDK. But these are more of like the types and the low level stuff. So hopefully we don't have to use this. We'll just go straight to the Nostr SDK. So it's a high level Nostr client library written in Rust. One reason you might do this is like with Rust, like, it's pluggable, which, what's your WebSocket implementation? What's your async runtime? Things like that you might care about with whatever you're working on. But here we can just grab some stuff off the shelf. So we're seeing the dependencies that they're recommending. So there's Nostr SDK and then Tokyo. That's one of those async runtimes. So I'll just copy these into my project here. And let's see. And so now what do we got? I might copy and paste this whole thing and see what happens. Then we can try to understand it later. All right. Is this too cheating? All right, we're just going to compile. But we can already see kind of a little bit what's going on here. We're generating the keys, or there's a way to import some keys. Can show the key, and we'll just print that out to the console here. And then we create like a client object. Proxy, some WebSocket thing. I don't know what that one does. Adds hard code some random relays. Wow, they've got like Tor relays here. All right, it's running. Pub key. Looks like, yeah, we're getting some errors. So maybe we can try to figure those out. Oh yeah, let's see. Maybe it's that WS. Yeah, we just connect to these relays. There's metadata stuff. Update the metadata, publish a text note. So this all seems pretty straightforward to me. I mean, I guess that's kind of the whole thing with Nostr is it's pretty famously easy to work on. I don't know, what should we build? No ideas. I could show you another Rust project, Well, so obviously we've written a Rust Nostr client that I just copy and pasted from the internet. Yeah. A fact checker? So what does that mean? Okay. Yeah, I'm asking. Oh, okay. Okay, a fact checker for Nostr. So what you would want to publish is a note that reference. So what is it? How is it different than a reply? So how do you indicate that truthfulness? Yeah, but what's that? What's this? This is really interesting. But what's the source of authority there? So it is kind of just like another reply, but maybe it's got like a cool. It's got like an extra tag in it. Actually, that might be interesting. Yeah. Okay, so let's get rid of most of this stuff. So we got these keys, right? And so there's a private public key pair. So I can in Rust I can like debug out something. So what we'll try to build to is and I don't know how much time we actually have, but what we'll try to build to is we'll create a note with some sort of custom tag or something in it. Something non-standard that's not in the spec, but you know, hey, we're going to propose a new spec of fact checking. So that'll be fun. All right, so here's what we have so far. We've got our keys, right? So we've got the public key. There's a secret key. All right, so that's what we start out with, right? So we're going to want to have this client. We'll copy in this. Because what we're going to want to do is use this client to create a new note, and then we'll add some metadata to that. Oh yeah. Okay. So this is classic Rust situation. Once I use a value here, if you pass something by value in Rust, now it's not available later in the program. That's like the whole borrow checker thing. So that's saving my ass, but also is annoying just when playing around. All right. So we got this client. We're not doing anything with this client. So we want to create a note. So here is publish text note. I'm guessing we're going to want something lower level than this. Let's see. So let's see what this really is creating. So if we go into publish text note, like what is a text note? So there's an event builder. So now remember when I was talking earlier, there's the Nostr SDK, the higher level thing. Here's the lower level stuff where you actually use this event builder, which looks like that's what we're going to need in this case. So let's did we have yeah, we only have the Nostr SDK. It might actually re-export this, but we're gonna do let's see. Yeah, let's try to make our own text note here. So, in fact, until we sign it, it doesn't really need any of this client or key stuff at all. So we might even get rid of that. So if we look at the event builder, we see there's a kind. So you guys have heard of like Nostr kinds. I mean, this is a nice thing with Rust. You read all this spec stuff. It's through all these different nips and stuff, and like trying to keep track of all these things. Here's a list of all of the kinds that the Nostr Rust SDK is familiar with. So we've got like metadata, text note, nip1, right? So that's what most of us are like, tweeting. You can make a recommended relay. Apparently that's a kind. Contact list, deletion, like anybody cares about those. Repost, reaction. So reaction, that's like the what is this called? The Shaka. Channel creation, channel message, channel hide message, channel. So I'm guessing what we want is a text note, and that we're going to probably add some tag to it, right? So kind-wise, it seems right that it's a text note, but what tags would we add to? So there's, you can refer to a pub key. You could add a hashtag. So what if it's a hashtag fact check? That might be nice. There's a geohash, proof of work, delegation, content warning. We're trying to, this is like a meta content warning in some sense. This is maybe if you follow or trust this fact checker, right? This is somebody who could flag things on your behalf. And so now things will appear differently for you because you trust this fact checker and they said that this is not safe for work. So this whole thing gets blurred or whatever, or gets rewritten into Newspeak or something like that. All right, let's just add, let's see if we can figure out how to add a, let's see, yeah, what were we gonna add? A generic tag? I guess we could do a generic, okay, so again, so Rust is really into enums, and enums are really nice in Rust. And in this case, tag kind is another enum. All right. So these are generic tags that don't have like a well-specified reason for existing, right? Like if we look at these other tags, a bunch of them are event report, reference. But here, oh yeah, we might need actually reference. Let's see, is this documented? Does anybody know if reference is like referring to another event? Does anybody know what reference means in this context? Because we do want to, like, we're fact checking something, so we want to say, hey, this note, I want to refer to this note, but I don't know if that's what reference means in this case. But yeah, what we were looking at these tag kinds. So this is closer to like what you actually see in the spec, where like a P, right? So that's a public key. E, event ID, that's probably what we want. Okay, so reference is like a URL. Got it. So we probably want to refer to an event ID, somebody else's note. So I should probably find a note on the internet somewhere that we're going to refer to. Okay. So yeah, let's write some of this out. So we've got, we want to, oh yeah, send event to Nostr. That's a great idea, Copilot. So we're going to find a reference. Svetski, do you have the next thing? What time? What time do you want to start? All right. I'll just try to time box myself so I know how ambitious to be. Got it. All right. Cool. So we're gonna like find a note we want to fact check. So that'll just be like some event ID. Then we'll like create our own note that says why the other note is wrong and references it by event ID. I believe. I haven't built a lot of Nostr stuff, so. And then, thanks Copilot, send the event to the network. See, AI's coming for our Nostr jobs. All right, so yeah, so if we could do that, right? If we could refer to that note, create a note that has some tag to that, of that other note, however we do that. So we'll use the event builder to do that. So first, let's just find some fake news on the internet. Is BRB working? I don't know if I have a Nostr client on here. I could use, let's see. This is going to be dumb, but I can load up Damus in Xcode. Has anybody contributed to Damus yet? Let's see. Yeah. This is my only desktop client that I use. If anybody's familiar with native development, especially like React Native or something like that, the Damus project is just so well built, and it always compiles for me, which just is very rare in typical mobile dev. Let's see. There we go. All right, let's assume this is fake news. So can we copy? How do we get the node ID? Is it press and hold? Yeah, copy node ID. There we go. All right. So we got a node ID is let node ID equal, there we go. So we got a node ID, so now we want to refer to that. Let's see. So now we're going to make this new node. Let event. Don't need this one. So like this is our fact check event that we're creating. So we got an event builder, and we'll just make, let's see what methods we have. I want to make a new, we have to look at this event builder. So that builds the event to proof of work, event to unsigned. Let's see, there's text note, new text note, is doing long form text note, new encrypt. I bet we can make a text note and then just add, like mutate it, add some tags to it. That's what I would try first. So let's do a new text note. Actually, that's wrong and fake news. Thank you. All right, and so you see, it wants some tags here, right? And so this original sample text note, it's got the text note right here, and then this is like a reference to an empty array in Rust. So it just means I didn't add any tags. So here we will add a tag. So let's make our tag. We'll start out with this empty array. And so now we're going to, we want to refer to this, so we need to make a tag, right? So I think we wanted, what was it? Yeah, here's even examples of how they're creating these. So this is an array, a tag event with like a channel ID, a relay URL. These are optional things. So we're going to create a new tag. I don't think it's an event. Does anybody have any idea which one to use? Generic? I guess if we did a generic with the tag kind E for event ID. All right, let's try that. Okay, so let's make our fact check tag. Nice, Copilot. That's not how it works. I have like a really, really bad short-term memory, so sorry if I flip around a lot. So we're doing tag generic, right? And then we're going to do our tag kind, which we decided was E, kind, E. All right. And then we want a string, and I think it's, in this case, or it's a vector of strings, so that's like an array. I'll just make a new vector and just pass in the note ID that we wanted to refer to, that we think is fake news. And I'll convert that to string because we're working in Rust, and this is an and stir, a static reference. This is like a string. All right, so we have a tag. So now if we just put our tag in here. Oh, we need a semicolon there. It's compiling. If it's compiling, that means, oh yeah. If it's compiling, it's basically we're done in Rust. So let's debug out our fact check event. All right. So it says the compiler's mad at me. It says it expected an event and it found an event builder. And this is actually a pretty common pattern in Rust where you have like a builder. This is in other languages as well. You have a builder and then you need to consummate the relationship at some point. So you have to so here, to event, you actually build the event. And I think, yeah, and see up here where in this example, right, they made a new text note with no tags, and then they turned it into event, and they passed it the keys, right? This is who's signing it, right? I can pile in a bunch of information in this, but this isn't really a Nostr thingy until it's like signed. So we'll do to event. You can also do an unsigned event apparently, so that's cool. And then we'll do, what was it, my keys. And I think we have probably too many parens here. Okay. This question mark, by the way, in Rust means you're in a function that returns a result. And so you can use a question to basically just bubble errors. Instead of handling them right there, you it's kind of like throw, but a lot more disciplined. And it works pretty well. All right, so let's try to compile this. All right, hey, we did it. We created a Nostr event. So we have an event, and our event has event ID. It's got this pub key. It was created. It's a text note with a generic E tag, and E means it's referencing an event ID. And hey, I'm not a Nostr dev. This is not gospel. Read the nips yourself. But yeah, here's our content. Actually, that's wrong and fake news. So yeah, we've got a. Oh, shoot. Is everybody okay? Oh, my gosh. I think that's a great sign that I should end it. But yeah, so, and obviously, now that we've gotten that, we just go back to here and start copy and pasting and, publish this note. Yeah, let's see. Can we could add a relay. We could publish this to Dom. So I'll see. I don't know. No idea what's going to happen. So we'll add a relay. We'll connect to the relay. And then we'll publish. Oh, so we create the text note. Then we could just publish. Let's see, client.publish. Oh, just send event? Is that a thing? No. We want fact check event. Oh, you can even send to a specific relay. Well, that's nice. All right, let's see if that works. So we can publish this on the internet forever. Yeah, classic use a move value. All right, that's because I was debugging it and that threw away the value after I debugged. I mean, it compiled and it ran and it didn't give me errors, and in Rust that means I probably published that note just now. So I have fact checked somebody. Great idea, thank you. All right, that's it for me, but thank you for coming to my workshop.
All right, future Paul, one more time. Yeah, things are happening on the fly. Lights are literally falling out of the ceiling. So that's what it's all about in an unconference. We are going to kind of run a little bit by the seat of our pants, and we have an opportunity to bring up somebody that most of you will likely have recognized online, although possibly not in person, and you'll see what I'm talking about in just a moment. So if we can invite to the stage somebody that has a lot of knowledge in command line. That'll be Rockstar Dev. Or do you want to do Svetski? Svetski, okay. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. All right. Hey, we just get our cues through an earpiece and we go from there. That's cool. Come on up, man. Svetski.
Thanks, bro. I have zero experience in command line. Just putting that out there. I was like, whoa. Yeah. I've never written a line of code in my life. Yeah. Yeah. Well, a reverse workshop. The audience teaches the speaker. That'd be a great fucking idea. That's about as efficient as Bitcoin is. Okay, wait. So, okay. Well, we can share. It's all right. Yeah. So look, this is gonna not be a workshop, and you're probably not gonna learn anything because I have no idea what I'm gonna talk about. But yeah, exactly, you're gonna have fun. And I also brought these guys here because they actually know something, and I'm gonna pretend like this was planned.
Yeah, I got totally scammed onto coming to this workshop. So
this is I've roped people in who know better than I do. But anyway, this is what I do. So look, the whole point of this workshop, shouldn't even call it that. Let's call it a round table in a format that's not round or round table. I just want to talk about. You got this thing too close to me. Okay. The privacy implications with some of the Nostr stuff. What we can learn from Bitcoin and the Bitcoin privacy stuff that has been going on, like whether it's CoinJoin, Wasabi, etc. Can we learn anything there? And is there any overlaps between some of the Nostr primitives and some of the Bitcoin primitives like CoinJoin, etc. That might be worth exploring? That might make either Bitcoin privacy better or that might make Nostr privacy better. So I've got a couple, like 8 pages worth of notes here. Why, I don't know, but I do. So maybe before I get into anything, I'll get you guys to quickly introduce yourselves and validate why I called you upon stage. Please.
I'm Francis. I know a little bit about Bitcoin privacy, so I guess that's why I'm here. And I run an exchange, so I also know about the dangers that KYC ML can have on user privacy. I know a lot about how users fuck up their privacy. So yeah, maybe I have some insights on that.
Hey, I'm Pablo. I care a lot about privacy so much that I don't use a name, but I actually do care about privacy, and I have a lot of thoughts on all the ways we're fucking up our privacy with regards to Nostr. I'm quite hopeful with regards to Bitcoin privacy. I'm wabi-sabi maximalist at this stage.
I'm G Sovereignty. I also care about privacy, but mostly just because I think the next phase of Bitcoin is going to be one where governments criminalize it. Not everywhere, but in some places. And before we enter like a hash war. So.
Cool. All right. So does anyone think here that we've got a problem with like Nostr privacy stuff? Like, anyone? Okay. Yep. Sort of. Does anyone want to like yell out some problems? Like. Images? Okay. Yep. Elaborate. Or you
Yeah, and it's also a way you can use to track popularity of a node in particular. You can measure how many people are. I mean, it's not perfect, obviously, because there is caching going on already, but it's a very good proxy.
Interesting. Who actually knew that? Anyone? Some? Okay. Yeah, of course, the CLI guy. Okay, you had another one. Zaps. Okay, elaborate.
But that's not an issue. That's by definition. It's like saying ice cream is too cold. It's by definition, SAPs are lightning payments that you announce, right? So if you don't want them to announce, don't announce them, right? Like you're literally signing an event saying, I am sapping this amount to this person because of this, right? the receiver is the one publishing the subs. So you can be subbed. Actually, you are the one that can rock the person subbing, right? The person subs you, and you send the payment, you write a nice note, and it goes to nowhere because the person, I mean, it's a wallet, right? It's like the wallets of Satoshi, whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you put the loot 16, so you're the one that can say, I'm not publishing these subs. But it's not really an issue. I think that's a bit of a misunderstanding. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think subs kind of took over a little bit, especially people that weren't into Lightning before and think that, okay, this is the way Lightning works. And it's not. It's like a layer on top of Lightning, really.
I guess one of the other problems with Zaps and privacy is that a lot of people are using hosted LNURL. Like very, very few people are running their own LNURL servers. So if you're registering your LNURL with, I don't know, like I'm using Bitcoin Jungle, for example, with my LNURL. And obviously now Bitcoin Jungle knows my Nostr identity as well. So the wallet provider that had maybe no idea who was using their service now has a link to the Nostr identity, and in my case, I'm not anon on Nostr. So before linking my LNURL to Nostr, the Bitcoin Jungle wallet had no idea that account belonged to me, and now they do. So that's not a problem with Nostr, but it's a problem with the UX of Nostr, which is just paste an LNURL. That could be fixed with, something like Bolt 12, potentially.
Nice. That's exactly what I wanted to say, Francis. But there's a great proposal by Cux. We've been talking about it for a while, that any LNURL type service in Nostr, it should be on Nostr natively, so that instead of having get and post requests to an LNURL server, you're doing a request to a public key. So then you could have an LNURL, a ZAP, where it's just directly going to a Nostr client, and the Nostr client is then engaging with it. It could be a wallet, it could be involved in it, integrated into a Lightning wallet as well. So there's a really good proposal by Cux we should check out. It's on the, I think it's on the LNURL protocol page, repo, and then also in Nostr protocol there's links to it as well. But that solves that problem.
Anyone else got any ones that they want to bring up? All right. Relays. Yep.
I mean, Nostrica is still by default running a VPN just because I'm so used to the workflow.
Okay. And any comments on solvability around that?
That's a good question. I started hearing about Tor relays, but I think that's only on the relay side and not on the client side.
Wait, what was the actual problem?
So the problem is all the relays are able to see my IP if I'm not using a VPN. So I'm purple pilling people in the hostels I've been staying at, but mostly I didn't have time to also get into the VPN part. So I just let them be because it's not that big of a deal, but for some people it is.
Any comments on that?
Yeah, I was in Thailand last month, and for me, it wasn't so much the privacy issue, but it was the data consumption issue, that my data was really expensive and it sucked. So I wrote a proxy that I was keeping on a server, and I changed Damos to only connect to that server, to only my proxy, and then my proxy opened up. That's one solution. I'm pretty hopeful on that solution because you get for free, you get a lot of really cool things. Like you can do gossip style protocol on Damos, even though Damos doesn't support it. You can do a lot of like relay traversal. You can do a lot of really cool stuff without the client having to know that that's happening, really. You're just feeding the data, right?
That's true. I know that Dolu has a really good proxy implementation that I've been looking at. That is actually a possible solution to just spin up your own proxy.
Yeah, I think that's one solution. But at the end of the day, the design of the protocol is you are connecting to this data. There is another way, but it's much worse from a UX standpoint. But you could sort of try to hide yourself, do like a coin join a little bit, where you're publishing events from other people, like your clients getting events and publishing. So
Keith can talk a little bit more about that with account delegation.
The NIP26?
26?
Yeah, but NIP26 is also, you don't really get privacy benefits, right? Because at the end of the day, you're saying, oh, I'm posting on behalf of this pubkey, right? So it's kind of the same thing. But imagine if your client is publishing events from, I don't know, 100 different pubkeys. From a UX standpoint, it sucks, right? Because you need to get the data. But it's, yeah, another solution.
Are you aware of the Dandelion protocol for Bitcoin transaction relay?
No.
So that's something that maybe, if we're going to stick on topic of learning from Bitcoin for that, the Dandelion protocol, which was never merged in Bitcoin Core, but which is I think functional right now, is basically instead of broadcasting a transaction to the peers that you're connected to, you have like a private. You send your transaction to another node that will send to another node, another node, and there's like a random amount of hops, and just a random node in the future is going to publish that. So maybe you can do that with the relays. You can like have some kind of system of hops where your node's not going to be published to a relay after a certain amount of hops that goes through.
Yeah, so what's different is that in Nostr there is no in between, or it's not necessary in between relays communication. Yeah. So you don't get the hop part, but there's nothing stopping you from publishing to, I don't know, 5 or 6 different relays, but publishing other stuff, right? Like stuff from other pubkeys.
Yeah. And how would I do that? How would I publish, like how I would send it directly to your client? We would need to establish some kind of communication between each other, or?
Not necessarily, because you can get the event from relay A, and then you always publish to B, C, and D. And B, C, and D can't necessarily know that you got this event from relay A and that it's not you actually publishing the event.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to talk about your one? Yeah, okay.
How data is accessible from relays. I am not that technical, so I know it's possible to access data from there.
Mm-hmm.
But then just figuring out if there is a way to mask, let's say, this accessibility to data that is published there.
Okay. Is there any other like glaring ones that anyone wants to bring up, or should I go through what we've got here?
I mean, we could talk about Tor for a few seconds. I mean,
let's hit.
Like, in theory, if you had a little Tor client and connecting to a Tor relay, that would solve some of the IP problems. But Tor's been under denial of service attacks for like a whole year, and it's very slow. I mean, if you're a Tor user like I am, I actually stopped. I had an Electrum server over Tor, and I just literally stopped using Electrum over Tor because it was so slow. So is Tor something that we should even be bothered to look at, given the fact that it's flooded, or are people building Tor clients? Is it worth it? What do you think?
It's hard. It's hard to tell. I think it's important to have Tor, like for example the Snowden style use case. Yeah. Where you simply cannot go on ClearNet. Yeah. I need to have a way to reach, and that.
If you're just publishing notes, then it's probably fine in terms of speed, right? If you don't care about reading the notes and you just care about publishing them anonymously, then.
Yeah, it does go over WebSockets though, right?
Yeah.
So you need to establish the connection.
Yeah.
It's not just HTTP.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, obviously. Downloading 10,000 nodes, it's going to be more expensive.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you also have, if I remember correctly, I2I, like a new implementation. And I know that there is some guy working on Alindra, which wants to use the Lightning Network for connecting privately. So there are hopefully alternatives to just Tor.
Isn't there some stuff that, from a CoinJoin perspective, this is a little bit off topic, but that CoinJoin and particularly like the Wasabi implementations, using some Tor stuff, but that we could maybe swap out some of the Tor dependencies with like Nostr and like npubs and stuff?
I personally have not used it. I know it's a thing. I'm personally not super bullish on doing coin sharing coordination over a system that you don't know who's running the relays and all the metadata that you're creating. I think this is the use case for something like slash tags or something like that, that the metadata is at least at the peer level, but there is no relay with events that someone else can see and can get. I don't know. I think that metadata could become problematic.
I think one of the things that you can use Nostr for, that's kind of like a use case of Nostr, and I believe this is what BTC Pay Server's CoinJoin integration is doing, is if you're running a coordinator, you can advertise your coordinator URL over Nostr instead of publishing it on a website. We've actually seen that problem happening before with darknet markets, so darknet market has an onion site, but how do the users find out that darknet market's URL is this onion site? There's no way to advertise them except publishing them on a website, and then the website that's publishing a registry of darknet markets is, I don't know, liable to be complicit in it, or is liable to be shut down. And a coordinator might also want to change its URL a few times. New coordinators may pop up, and then your CoinJoin client may want to have an automated way to discover that, oh, well, here's like 7 coordinators that I can connect to. So I think that was introduced in BTC Pay Server. Can I get a nod if it's yes? Yes, that's great. Actually, that means I actually have to pay a bounty, because I did put a bounty on that on the Nostr bounties a while back. So I guess I have to pay that up to, I don't know who. Yeah. So that was like the one thing that I was. Fiat Jeff had put out this bounty before Jack had funded the project, and I was like, that's really cool. So that there's a discovery mechanism for CoreJoin coordinators, and obviously, now that I think about it, it's also a pretty good discovery mechanism for darknet onion sites as well.
Well, there was the discussion about Nostr Market before. I think Ben is gone now, but like I think that's super interesting as a marketplace. But that's maybe tangential to what you're talking about. Okay, so then here's another question for you guys, and for anyone, is like, is there anything in the sort of the way we've approached Bitcoin and CoinJoin and privacy in that dimension? Is there anything that we can learn from there to sort of bring across to Nostr, or is like the architecture and is it trying to fit a circle into a square?
Well, I mean, one of the things, we don't have throwaway npubs, you know what I mean? If you dox your npub once, it's doxed forever. So I guess that might be something. It's kind of like if you put a donation address on your Twitter profile, that donation Bitcoin address is always tagged to your identity. So if you are a NIM and you somehow accidentally dock yourself on your npub somehow, then you need to rebuild a whole new identity from scratch. Otherwise, all of your other notes and events are going to be tagged to your identity. So maybe that's one of the things that is a crossover. One of the things that I was thinking actually is for payments, right? Something that could be of interest is a way to generate reusable payment codes from your Nostr key pair, so that you could. I mean, this is something that's technically feasible. You could pay to an npub, and the npub could be your reusable payment code, your BIP47 payment code. Yeah. So you could cook up something where BIP47 payment codes render into a Nostr key pair, and then you just pay to a Nostr address, and you would fetch a Bitcoin address from a Nostr address. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw that there is someone that made a bot where you can get by DM, like you can request a Bitcoin address and get it on DMs. That was you?
Oh, cool.
That kind of suffers from a timing attack, right? Because a relay could see the DM, that they don't see the address. Wondering if they could tie it by time.
The idea is if you really wanted to do it privately, you, the requester, could just create a burner Nostr key, hit the DM bot, ask for an address, and get it. Or if you want the next level, you know, if I did a little more work on the DM bot, say, hey, I want an address, but don't send it back to me. Send it to this other key.
I like that. That's cool. Yeah, I like that.
Is anybody working on deterministic Nostr key pairs?
Yeah, Melvin, I think.
Yeah.
Melvin Carvalho was working on that.
Yeah, because you know, in your example, let's say I want to generate throwaway Nostr identities. Do I really want to? You know, it's the same problem. Do I want to back up all these Nostr private keys, or maybe I don't need to because you know I'm going to use it once and I'm going to throw it away. It's not necessarily like Bitcoin, but you know maybe you don't want to throw them away. So I think like deterministic Nostr keys might be something that's useful. Especially if you're managing multiple identities, which I certainly would. You know, if I could back up, you know, multiple identities in one client, I would be more inclined to have, you know, name accounts, different personalities. Fits my schizophrenic, you know, profile. Multiple personalities for my multiple personalities.
You could do that with NIP12, which defines a Bitcoin derivation path, and the /00. Yeah. Is your main identity, but you could just keep incrementing 01, 02, 03.
Cool. Yeah, and I think Melvin, I saw this a few months ago, but I think Melvin was working on doing BIP85 to derive your NPAVs.
Yeah. So BIP85, that's actually cool. So you could derive a BIP85 mnemonic from your cold storage, for example, that you're never going to touch, and then from that BIP85, you use NIP12 to generate new. Is anybody doing that, or is it just a spec?
BIP12. NIP12.
NIP12. Is it?
My experimental branch of Seedsigner, which you can all see in a few short minutes, does.
Nice, awesome.
So, you know, I have my main NPub, like, and I have so many followers on that now, and I'm like, maybe I could just use that as my deterministic seed and just use, it's almost like a hidden wallet on your main NSEC. That might be the simplest way I could add that to Damus, but until we have like full support for it.
So you would use the NSEC of your main NPub as the entropy to generate the new one?
Yeah, you like SHA-256.
Yeah.
Your main NSEC, and then just put, you could even have like a passphrase.
Sure.
To generate, and, or probably want to do passphrase, probably want to do something deterministic, like
Mm-hmm.
that would be the easiest way I could think of, but. Then you have to query, like those to see if they exist on it. I don't know, might be interesting for your client to automatically discover them. So.
Anything else to add?
Nope.
No. Was that a helpful discussion? Like, did it sort of bring up some... Well, I hope so. I mean, okay. I think we'll wrap it up there because, you know, I think we questioned a few things. You know, I didn't understand anything.
Did you learn anything?
I learned absolutely nothing. No, I'm kidding. The deterministic thing was fucking really great. But anyway, thank you, and let's get the next person on the stage.
Cool, thanks.
MBK, I think it's MBK is next, right?
Okay, yeah, MBK.
MBK, come on.
We're kidding, bro. Okay. There's actually someone giving a real talk.
All right.
お前はもう死んでいる。
If I'm gonna,
and that's good. You don't want it right in front.
Okay. Got it. All right. I hear a little bit of my loop back. Okay. Got it. All right. Clip that. Just got to get this aimed. Zoom's a little tight.
Stay behind the third row of tables and don't get yourself sunburned. So I don't know. We're doing our best to oblige to all these things. Okay, let's get underway. Folks, welcome from Seedsigner. This is Keith.
All right. Hello, hello. So I'll do the super brief intro to Seedsigner just in case anybody is new to this project. It's a Bitcoin open source hardware wallet built from off-the-shelf parts, a Raspberry Pi Zero, a display board, things you can build, a robot, a game controller, whatever. And the idea is that
you load your seed, you sign your transactions. It's all air-gapped. So your seed is only going to be on the Seedsigner. It uses QR codes to do the exchange of information back and forth. And then when you turn it off, the Seedsigner is wiped. It has no onboard long-term memory, which means it's a very flexible tool to operate on more than one single key. And I mean, you could use it to operate on an infinite number of keys, which gets interesting for Nostr. Like, I don't want to use my Bitcoin private key as my Nostr NSEC. That's just wrecked 100%, right? But we can generate, actually before I do that, let me restart my Seedsigner, just because if nothing else, the best part of my entire presentation will be as my Seedsigner boots up. Hey, Nostrica logo, or Nostrica, I don't know what our pronunciation is. So I can create a brand new seed using camera entropy, dice entropy, pulling words out of a hat, whatever. We'll do a quick photo as our input entropy. Okay, 12-word seed. Warnings. All right, here's my super secret 12 words. Nobody write this down. Don't steal my future Bitcoin. All right, so now that I have this brand new seed on board, I'm not going to use it for Bitcoin. I can use it for Nostr. So I can go down to this experimental option. So this is not part of the main Seedsigner code base. We don't have any plans to merge this in. This is really just an exploration of what is possible with an air-gapped signer on Nostr. So, of course, the UI changes to purple because it's Nostr. And we can do things like export our pub key. So that the whole goal here is that it's just so terrible that we're all pasting our Nostr private keys into a client. Or we're installing a new client and it's auto-generating a new private key for you, and we're just not curious about where those keys came from at all. We don't really have a backup strategy for them. So in the ideal world, we would get these Nostr keys out of the clients. So just like your Bitcoin wallet, you don't want your Bitcoin key to be hot on your phone, right? That's why you buy a cold card, right? To separate your key away from what you're interacting with. So in the Nostr world, let me back up here. I'm going to load an existing key. Scan. I'll do this off camera just because I'm going to pretend like I'm keeping really good OPSEC here. All right, so this is a key I've used on Nostr before. So this device is air-gapped. It has no connection to the internet. This is a bad demo. I'm directly connected to my laptop, but that's just because I'm feeding it code changes. Normally, you would plug it into a battery. It never touches the laptop, never touches the internet. But so how do I get this public key, this Nostr key, out of the Seedsigner and into your client? So the fun thing about all of this is that nobody's built a client that can do that yet, because why would they? Who has an air-gapped QR-based Nostr key signer? Nobody but me. So I had to build like basically the most primitive Nostr client ever. It's really just a test bench for me to experiment and interoperate. So it's nostrtool.com. And as of the last 24 hours, it now has QR code support. So if it all works successfully, I'm going to be really proud of myself. If things break, I will be not surprised at all. So I'm going to load my pub key. Well, actually, let me back up. If this was a normal Nostr client and coming in as a newbie, I don't have an identity yet. I would just generate a new key. And so now I've got my Nostr private key sitting in my web client that it just generated for me. But instead, what we want to do is load an existing pub key from a QR. And so now it's looking for a QR code. And on the Seedsigner, I'm going to say export pub key, BEC32 or hex, doesn't matter. There's the pub key, 1v91, and then we get a QR code. So I'm going to show that to my laptop. There we go. So now it's read in my pub key. So I'm going to load that into my client. Again, super primitive client here. We have no private key loaded, right? We did not share that across the air, but we did give it the public key. So now this really primitive client can go and create a new event. And we're going to say, hello, Nostrica, or Nostrica? Is that the pun? Nostrica? Okay, so it's not really a pun. But I can't sign the event. If I try to sign the event, there's no private key. The client has no idea what the private key is for this, this pub key. So we can only sign it in a QR-based signer. So I do that. So this is the event I'm trying to publish, but I can't publish it until it's signed. So I go to my Seedsigner, and I go, let's make this bigger. There we go. So I'm going to sign an event, and I gotta scan it in. Let me find my screen here. Okay. Aim it. There we go. So it's going to be hard to read, but it's giving me the details of this event that I just created. It's a text note, which is kind 1. The text is hello, Nostrica. And if that makes sense, because again, you don't want your Nostr client to fool you into signing some other event that you didn't intend to sign, right? Maybe it's like, oh, sure, you know, I don't know, I can't even think of an example. But so we verify it on screen on the device. And we say, yeah, that looks right, click sign. So now this is the signature that authorizes the publication of this event. So I go back to my minimal stupid client, and I say, hey, read the signed event QR, and I show it to my laptop. And with the small Seedsigner screen, sometimes it struggles to read these denser QR codes. So now what do we have? We've got, you know, if you're not technical, this JSON format is what an event really looks like. A bunch of fields, a bunch of data. But the most important thing is that it now has a signature. And so with the signature, we can actually publish. We cross our fingers. We click on the link. Come on, Snort. Well, we'll see if it makes it. We'll check back onto this later. I assure you, in all of my demo preparation, it published. But that's all right. So that's just basic air-gapped signing of a simple event. But this is not a practical workflow, because anything you do on Nostr has to be signed by your private key. So if you want to like that post, you'd have to pull out your Seedsigner, load in the private key, read in that like QR code instruction, sign it, and send it back. Like, ain't no one doing that, right? That's ridiculous. So the real reason I started digging into Nostr and Seedsigner, other than just Nostr was really cool and I wanted to play with the cool kids, is this idea of NIP26 delegation. So if it's not practical to bring out my air-gapped signer for every single event, how do we make use of this? So NIP26 makes it so that my Nostr key can authorize some other disposable key to sign on my behalf. And I just set up the parameters of what I authorize this new key to do on my behalf. And so this new key, we can treat it as disposable. So that's the one that can live hot in the web browser. And if I get my browser hacked, oh darn, that one delegated key has now been compromised. But if I set a limited expiration time on it, by the end of the month, the hacker can't post as me anymore. So there would be a little bit of a decision between convenience. Like if you delegate for a long-lasting key, you don't have to create a new delegated key very often. But then if that gets compromised, you're like, well, hell, somebody's going to be posting as Keith for the next 6 months, and there's nothing I can do about it. So with Seedsigner, so again, let's see what's here. We don't have the private key on board. We do know our identity public key. So I'm going to create a new delegation. And this field here, the delegatee, this is when the English language fails us. The delegator is my main identity, right? That's the one doing the delegation. The delegatee is the one receiving that authorization that will be able to sign on my behalf. So the way I built this tool, you can just leave the delegatee key blank, and it'll auto-generate a new disposable key for you to use. So this is the one that we can throw in our browser to sign on our behalf. NIP26 is suffering from some really annoying discussions on on GitHub, and so it's not clear how we're supposed to convey multiple kind authorizations. Like this delegated key should be able to update my metadata and post new notes and like people, whatever it is. So to avoid that unresolved mess, I'm just going to allow it one event type. All it can do is post new text events on my behalf. We set a range of valid from dates. This code just defaults to a 30-day valid range. And then again, if I try to sign in delegation, I've signed the delegation. I can't because my identity private key is not in this web client. The only way I can do it is to send this proposed delegation to the Seedsigner. So again, let me swap over. So NIP26 delegation, I'm going to scan a proposed delegation, read it in. And so just like we do with the PSBT flow on the Seedsigner, like you can't just YOLO a PSBT, right? You got to be super clear about where every sat is going. And so we do the same thing with these delegations. So it's saying this will authorize this new npub 12HXMN to sign on behalf of our 1v91 identity. What can it do while it's signing? Well, it's authorized for one specific kind, only text notes, nothing else. And then the valid from and the expires at date range. So if that all looks good, we can authorize it. We can sign it with our identity private key, which again is only in the Airgapped Seedsigner. And then this is the signature. So we show it to our web client. There we go. And again, this web client is crappy, and it was built to be a testing utility. So it dumps out all this information that a regular user really wouldn't care about, but just helps me in my debugging and everything else. But again, what really matters is our delegation tag now has a signature. So that means we can now use this NIP26 delegation to then sign on behalf of our main identity. So we auto-generated a new delegatee pub key and priv key. So now this delegatee private key is hot in this web client, but again, I don't care. It's going to expire in 30 days. Hackers come at me. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Let me swap my windows here. Okay. Yeah, so we've got our new delegatee private key hot in our client. So now when we go to events, we can say, not a new text note, let's send a new delegated text note. So in this case, it won't involve the Seedsigner at all, because the Seedsigner has done its job. It's authorized this key to sign on our behalf. So this is a delegated note. So exciting. And because the delegatee's key is hot in this web client, I can just hit sign, and it can go. Sign it. We have a signature, publish, we cross our fingers again. Come on, Snort, don't let me down. Hey, okay. So, golf clap because Keith's code isn't crap. And notice Snort recognizes this account. It's Keith's Airgapped Keith identity, but that identity is safe and sound in the Seedsigner. Right, so this did not sign this text event that we just published live to Nostr. And if we were to look at the raw details of this event, we would see that my pub key was not the one that published it. So there's debate about whether this sort of delegated NIP26 approach has legs. I was really focused, like for this conversation about privacy and Nostr, coming from a Bitcoin hardware wallet project, I was just obsessed with we've got to get these keys out of the clients. They've got to get out of the clients. So I read NIP26 and was like, that's great. Looked around and couldn't find any implementations of it. I'm like, it seems like there's a solution sitting right here. Where do I go to play with it? I was like, oh, it's fucking Nostr. If I want to play with it, I've got to build it, right? And so I started playing with, built this integration, started posting NIP26 delegated nodes. And, you know, Kieran, if you're out there, Kieran's my hero. Snort was the first client that properly displayed NIP26 delegated events. Because the default is that note that we just published, if you look at it on any other client, it's going to come from that random disposable key that we created that has no identity on Nostr yet. But you look at it in Snort, and Snort's like, no, 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 no. I know it came from this weird pub key that I haven't even seen before, but that's Keith. It was a delegated post from Keith. Other clients have not made offered. What's that? Gossip has? Okay, yeah. Thank you, Gossip. There's also discussion that NIP26 has negative impact on the efficiency of relays, because if you want to look up, like, oh, show me all of Keith's posts, now you have to look in multiple places, because you know, now I've posted like 15 different delegated notes with disposable keys. I don't even know what those keys are anymore, but in theory, it would be nice if a client or a relay could say, hey, you know what? Here's the whole collection of delegated notes that are posted on Keith's behalf, plus Keith's real notes. So you can kind of see how the data management, the indexing, the database level stuff could start blowing up on you. So I'm actually very pessimistic about the future of NIP26, especially after Fiat Joff said NIP26 will be the death of Nostr. So I took that as a bad sign. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But I just want this conversation to move forward. So if all of this code goes by the wayside and I just delete this branch, no big deal. But hopefully that's because better ideas that are more relay friendly, that are more flexible, emerge. And so for all the builders out there, like, weigh in on NIP26. If you like it, add support for it. If you don't like it, tell me what we should build instead. Go build it. I'll try to help you if it's in Python. But yeah, I think we need a solution. And that's really all I got. We got maybe a couple minutes for if there are any questions. I know I kind of like blazed through the steps here.
It's not really a question. It's more like to steal. I'm with you, you know that, but to steal man a little bit more their side is their side. It's not just the indexing of all these other pub keys. It's also the execution of the conditionals, because the delegation signing have like created that. I argue that it should have even more conditionals, because right now you delegate a token, and if it gets hacked, that delegation token can abuse you. Like, it can tag 1,000 people under your name. It can do all sorts of shit, right? And there is nothing you can do. There argue that you could do some stuff to stop it if we expand NIP26, but it also has that execution of the condition. So it could get really expensive for relays, and it further centralizes, right?
Yeah. And like, I have the luxury of building a Bitcoin hardware wallet on a $5, what used to be a $5 computer before supply chain hell, right? So nobody's expecting high performance from this. And then we go to the relay level where it's like, we need to support scaling to Twitter size. And so these are problems that I just don't know much about. So unfortunately, I can't engineer that level of solution. Two final notes. The Nostr community did fundraise to pay to get me here, so I'm super grateful for that. They also funded 10 of these, I'll put it on the, these amazing, oh, it's too zoomed in. These amazing Nostrica edition Seedsigners. So it's got the logo integrated into the back of the housing. So 10 of these are meant to be given to Nostr developers who either deserve it or could possibly play with things like NIP26. I've given 2 out so far. You guys come up to me and tell me who should the other 8 go to. And then I've got another 8 that Seedsigner has provided to sell if anybody wants a Seedsigner. But I mean, I'm not here to shill sales. It's an open source project. There's no company behind it. The cost of the devices is to pay for Seedsigner's manual labor in 3D printing and assembling them. So yeah, tell me who deserves it. It's a Raspberry Pi Zero, and the specific version has no Wi-Fi or Bluetooth on board. All right, thank you guys.
Hey, thank you. Keith Mukai from Seedsigner. All right, we'll be back to more live stage in a bit. That was a great presentation. Hope you're getting a lot out of this. Hope you're staying cool. Stick around. We'll also announce when we know what's going on across the stages so you don't miss any of your favorite stuff. Tune in to the website, and there's a live stream happening as well. Say hello to people, invite them to come watch. And be kind with bandwidth, because obviously we're trying to get the stream out of here without any hiccups. So if you're using your live eyes in real time, that works a lot better than watching this feed on a stream. So yeah, be kind. Thanks, folks. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, folks, let's get back to the workshop stage. And if you could kindly direct your attention to our next presenter, or take the chatter a little bit outside as a courtesy. I'll hang on for a sec. All right, here we go, folks. We're going to go live. So if you have a conversation, and that's, of course, what it's all about, having lots of chatter right over at the food table, if you don't mind, just either be polite to our presenter or take the chatter outside. You know, like shushing in a theater. Sorry to have to be that guy, but we're just looking for courtesy, that's all. Short presentation, but important nonetheless. We have a guest up here, and he's going to show you Bija, if I pronounce that correctly. This is Carlito. Welcome him to the workshop stage.
Okay, thanks guys. This is going to be a pretty short demonstration of a client I've been building. So I started building this in November before the kind of explosion happened and everybody came to Nostr. It started out just as really like a fun project. I'm not all that an experienced developer, to be honest. I was a web developer about 10 years ago. I stopped, and then I kind of started building something on Nostr as a fun project to get myself back into programming. So bear with me. So yeah, back in early November, most of the web clients, they've come a long way now, but most of the web clients I was trying to use were really resource heavy, and I was trying to use them and my browser was crashing, and so I had this idea, maybe I could run a client in a local server. I could maybe just spin up a Flask server and have the database separate from the browser and run it that way. So yeah, that's how it all started. So it only runs on Linux at the moment. And to get it up and running, you can simply grab it from GitHub. Hopefully the connection's not too bad. Okay, that might take might take a little time by the looks of things to download, so I'll just show you what I've got running already. So, I've got some notes somewhere. So first of all, we have a basic profile page. Where you can edit your profile. Upload your banner and your profile pic if you want. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. You can connect to a couple of different image upload APIs in order to enable image uploads. And this has been running fine all day, and it seems like it doesn't want to load as soon as I set up here, it doesn't want to load the feed in. I assure you it does normally load very quickly. Okay. So as you can see also here, we can just directly from the profile page, you can follow, unfollow, block. You have your following list, followers list. The followers list, because I'm keeping a cache of all the followers, it will only look for new followers since the last time it searched for that particular user. Here's what I'm doing. I'm in the wrong account. Okay. So. I don't have zaps on here yet, but you can, from the profile page, you can tip people. There's a convenient QR code there, QR code of your npub. Go straight through to DMs if you want to. Again, you can just, as soon as you've connected either ImageBB or Cloudinary, you can directly upload an image. I don't know if I've got any images ready. Okay, let's just choose that. Okay, so share. You might occasionally see this with various different posts. Event not yet seen on network, so it will hopefully load that in a sec once it sees it. It just seems to be a little bit slow right now. There we go. We've got some search functionality going as well, so you can search by user, either by their name. So it will load in any users there for you. You can also search by NIP5, and it will validate it will search for the NIP5 and validate the NIP5 at the same time. You can search by note. You just need to use the Beck32 version of the note. You can search by topic, so just put a hashtag in there and search for whatever you want. Say Bitcoin. And then once you've searched for a topic or a hashtag, you can actually follow that topic, subscribe to it or unsubscribe to it up here. So sometimes, so for example, I actually have this running at home on a local server at home, and I normally connect to that. But because of connection issues, I decided to load a new instance onto my laptop this morning. So when you first load it up, it'll only load the last 24 hours worth of notes. So if you want to load for any account, if you want to load more events, you can just come down to the bottom. Once you reach the bottom, you'll get the option to either load another week or month or year, or all of the notes for that account. So, as well as topics. So topics at the moment, that's just a custom way I'm doing that. The list of topics that you're following, I added that quite a long time ago, and that's just stored alongside the user settings for the account, which are backed up via a DM to yourself. We do now have a NIP for lists and a NIP for client-specific configurations, so that will soon be changed. And split up there. So that's NIP51, I think, for the lists. We do also have lists here, so according to NIP51. So for example, I've got a Nostr devs one here. Once you create a list, it will have a separate feed for that list of accounts. You can come and edit that list at any time. Through this interface, you just be able to delete any accounts. If you want to add any, it will be in this drop down at the side of the notes here. So you can just go to add to list, select which list, or create a new list. Same with bookmarks. So you can bookmark a list of, you can create folders of bookmarked events. So for example, I've just created a favorites one here. You can also edit that. So if you just come in and click the edit button, you can move them up and down or delete them from here. Again, you can also bookmark them from the note itself, from the drop down at the side there. Exactly the same as with lists. It will just ask you which folder you want to add them into. We've got some pretty basic alert functionality going on. It doesn't alert you about everything. It alerts you of any comments, like direct comments on any posts you've made. Any new followers is detected. It also alerts you of any any followers that have unfollowed you, which is a little bit of a regret I've got at the moment. You don't necessarily want to know about that all the time. And also because everybody's constantly losing their follower lists at the moment, so it comes up quite often, and then they refollow you not long after. So what else have we got? Settings. So we've just got some basic, some different themes that you can set from the settings. You can adjust the font size, how rounded the corners are, spacing of different elements on the page, the icon size, and the profile image size. Obviously your public key. Your private key, you'll need to enter your password to get back into that. Your list of relays, read and write relays. And then there's also a proof of work section. So for the proof of work, you can set a minimum amount or minimum amount of proof of work for any notes that you create or any incoming notes from accounts that you're not following. So if there's, say if you go to one of the topics pages where there's potentially like a lot of notes from random accounts that you haven't chosen to follow, you can set it so that it will only show you any notes from people that have done a certain amount of proof of work on that. And probably more importantly, you can do the same thing with DMs, with incoming DMs. Like I mentioned, you can also plug in either ImageBB. I initially added Cloudinary, which I think was a bit of a mistake. As soon as you use up your free account, you're going to be asked to pay like $99 a month, which is a bit much for a single user. I just faced that recently, so I've added ImageBB as well, which is just a free one. The only thing with ImageBB is there's no video upload, so it's only images. DMs. So DMs, like I said, there's a proof of work limitation you can set on DMs. Initially, I had that so that any incoming messages that didn't meet the proof of work would just be completely rejected. And then I found I was missing messages. So what happens now is they go into a junk folder. And from there, you can either dismiss them or you can allow them into your inbox. You can allow them into your inbox without following that account. Then any messages from that public key afterwards will go into the inbox instead. There's nothing in there at the moment, but you can just bulk empty them if you want. What else have we got? So then back to the main feed. So the feed is generally tries to be in chronological order. However, sometimes, I think like someone was saying this morning, you can't always rely on what information you're getting from Relay. Sometimes you might get like events coming later than other ones, and so it will first of all show you any that you haven't seen already, and then do everything else in chronological order. I don't have any global feed. I know a lot of people seem to like the global feed. It's something I've never added because I'm not really interested in it myself, but because so many other people like it, I probably will add it at some point. Probably similar to how other clients are doing. I'll probably make it so that you can select which relays you want to see. Probably choosing paid relays for the global. So above the notes, you'll just have a little notification of who's commented on that thread, possibly who's boosted it. Boosts are either type 6, but also any type 1 events which are like a quote note, but don't have any content will be treated exactly the same way. I'll treat them as a boost. Then below each post, there's the share, the boosts, and the number of reactions. I ignore any dislikes. It's only like anything other than a dislike, essentially. If you click on it, you'll get a list of the different reactions that people have made. You can click through to the boosts, and you'll see who boosted that as well. You can also click through and see who commented. The threading needs a little bit of work on the in the thread view. And the only other thing I'll say about the feed is, so like I was saying, it's basically chronological, but certain stuff is loaded, lazy loaded as you load the page. So any quoted tweets will be lazy loaded as you're scrolling down. Any images, any open graph data which is being captured. And I think that's about it. So like I say, I started making this in November. I hadn't written any code for like 10 years, so I feel a little bit out of place amongst all these super talented, experienced devs. But maybe I can inspire somebody else to go and write some code. You don't necessarily need to be super talented. Yeah, has anyone got any questions? Hey, man.
All right. So what made you decide to start your own client?
Like I say, it was just, I hadn't written any code for years. I was a web developer until about 10 years ago, and I'd gone off in this other life path for a while. I felt like I wanted to write some code. I've been into Bitcoin for a long time. I'm someone that's very interested in freedom. I've been interested in kind of more decentralized social media for a long time. We have a big problem in culture, in our modern culture, I think, with the corporate social media. So probably the first one I tried to move over to was Diaspora. I don't know if anyone remembers that. It's kind of like a federated, similar to Mastodon, but more like a Facebook UI on it. Yeah, so it just seemed like a super interesting project. I've been thinking about writing some code for a while. I've been back home in the country after being away for a long time. I thought maybe I wanted to get into Bitcoin development, and then realized how hard it was. I think I read Jimmy Song's book about 2 times before thinking, I'm not sure if this is for me. So yeah, again, it just seemed like a fun project to dig into, and now 4 months later, and it seems to have consumed most of the last months of my life.
All right, so follow-up question. Are there any functionalities that really set your client apart, or was the talk more about inspiring other people to also start their own clients?
No, it was more just, I thought there was a use case for something that ran separately from the browser. Like I say, I was having problems running the web clients that were around at the time. I just thought maybe having the database separate from the browser, and also because it's running as a local server, you can connect to it from your other devices on the network, or you can connect to a VPN and then connect to it remotely. So rather than having to go to every different device, having to load a new client up, download everything again, you just need to do it the one time.
All right, thank you very much.
Hey, man.
Where is the secret key stored, and could you show in the login process and maybe
Sure. So actually, yeah, what I was doing, hopefully that finished downloading, so I can just run through the process of setting up. The private key is just stored on your device. So let me get back to the GitHub. Where was I? So yeah, once you've grabbed it from GitHub, you just need to make sure it's executable. And then run it with the setup flag. I'm going to also run it with a P flag because I've already got something running on port 5000, so I'll just set a different port for that. Setup. So let's do port 5021 instead. So then if you've already got a private key, you simply just add it at the command line there. If you want to create a new one, just type new. And then add a password. And it will display your private key, public key in hex and bec32 format. Encourage you to back them up, tell you not to share them with anyone, and click yes to continue. And that should now be running on port 5021 at localhost. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, I'm just recovering from a bit of a chest infection. So enter your password, and then it will just ask you to select a few relays just to bootstrap. I am slowly trying to integrate the gossip model into what I'm doing as well. That is coming. So we've selected a few relays, and there you are, ready to go. Obviously, if you've entered an existing private key, you want to wait a little bit of time for everything to sync. It will look for the last, I think it's the last 24 hours of your own posts, and then once it's grabbed your follower list, all of those posts for the last 24 hours as well. So it can take a little bit of time. But once that's done, it should run pretty quickly because it's not having to download everything every time you load it up. Okay, cool. Anyone else got any questions? Okay, thanks, guys. I was absolutely terrified about doing this, so I'm kind of glad that it's over.
Yeah. Carlito, everybody. And I've been, where this bandana? I know I don't want to dox anything, but this is pretty cool looking.
Oh, this is, yeah, I think it's, I think I've got one that only the organizers are supposed to have.
Special Nostrica bandana. All right.
I think I might be supposed
Look
to be
great.
giving it,
Looks excellent.
To be giving it back.
All right. Hey, well, it being a Nostr conference, I guess it's typical that things are establishing themselves on the fly and changing all the time. So they're trying to hang some shade back there. That was a pull request that came in. And after an unsuccessful merge, they're going to try it again. So stay with us. Speaking of the hard work and things going on, all this AV equipment, the house, Wi-Fi, etc., the live stream, this has taken an incredible amount of work to make it happen on this property. So play full screen XFrog on audio, Bitcoin Jungle on Wi-Fi and connectivity. Can we hear it for all three of those? And I know they appreciate it. All right. We'll be back to workshop real quick. Thanks a lot, folks.
お前はもう死んでいる。
Mamma mia. Let's go. Okie dokie. I'm tired. Nighty. Spaghetti. Ravioli. Mamma mia.
Come back when you can put up a fight.
The name Roxas. And the number 13 were all I had. Who the people around me were, what they wanted, or what they were trying to do.